Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 5 p.m. and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 3 on the agenda. Thank you. Evening. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Public comment. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comments on items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. Almost there. And now I'd like to read Elk Grove Unified's land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and the people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community. And with that, I would like to call for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call Tanya and Earl Knight to come forward, the Knight family. And Ms. Bahar.
Please stand for the pledge.
Hold on
one second. You're enthusiastic. That's great. I'm going to read something first.
Oh, the rest of the audience can be seated.
Yeah.
We're going to read some great words about the family first.
The Knight family has a long history at Florin High School. Tanya was a Panther as a freshman, and she and Earl returned to Florin when their daughter Mia Rose attended and was actively involved in Masterpiece Dance Company. As soon as Mia Rose graduated in 2017, their son Isaiah began his Panther experience, playing football and baseball and graduating in 2021. Earl's a thriving sophomore at Florin, and if you've been to an event at Florin High School, you've seen him. He's active in so many organizations, the Masterpiece Dance Company, Color Guard, and BSU, just to name a few. They've got one more Panther on the way next year, Jaden. He is currently an 8th grader at James Rudder Middle School and is looking forward to following in the footsteps of his siblings. The Knight family loves being together, just the 6 of them, and also with their extended family. You can find them bowling together, watching sports, and definitely singing karaoke. They have also volunteered their time to coach for Southgate Parks and Recreation teams, and they are all committed supporters of their kids and all kids. Florin High School is proud to honor the Knight family, Earl and Tanya, Mia Rose, Isaiah, Earl, and Jaden. And we look forward to our continued partnership as the entire family remains active in the Florin community. Thank you.
Okay, actually this time for the pledge, please stand. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And don't go away. Stay right there. Do we have a photo? We don't have a photographer. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. And now, tonight, we are actually going to have student reports from two of our regions. So I'm going to first call up the Florin region to come up. Do we have representatives from the Florin region? Oh, you want to reverse? Reverse it, reverse, reverse. Okay. Monterey Trail region. Perfect. Ladies, you can move the podium up and down as you need to, okay?
Good evening, Board President Gina Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Ricky Berry, and I am a senior at Calvine High School, and I am very pleased to introduce the Monterey Trail region. Today, we will share the regional highlights that were achieved through intentional collaboration, which is the key to success. Opening our presentation is a performance by the Irene B. West Violin Club, which is a collaboration with the Sac Performing Arts Conservatory. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Irene B. West Violin Club. Thank you.
Push. There you go. The light's on now. Good evening. My name is Shreya Prasad. I am a current senior at Monterey Trail High School. I went to Edward Harris Middle School, and I also went to Irene B. West Elementary School. Thank you to our future Mustangs from the Irene B. West Violin Club for that wonderful performance. Tonight, our theme for the Monterey Trail High School region is collaboration is the key to be on the trail to success. One unique thing about the Monterey Trail region is the schools have helped create the community. Many other schools are part of older, established communities or are added as the neighborhoods grow out from the center. Monterey Trail High School and Edward Harris Junior Middle School were built as infield schools surrounded by other communities. The schools in our region embrace the role of being the centerpieces of our community, providing support and resources beyond the traditional expectations for schools. Our commitment to the work in and with the community led to the creation of the Monterey Trail Regional Equity Coalition, and administrators from our schools were invited to present a session at the National Community Schools Conference in Philadelphia last summer. But to create this community, we could not do it without intentional collaboration between all of our amazing schools, students, and families. And as you just witnessed, when we work together, just as the Violin Club showed us, we can help each other succeed. Now we would like to introduce Ashbina Nuri from Rio Cazadero to share some more.
Good evening, Board President Jemerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Afshina Nuri, and I'm a senior at Rio Cazadero High School. Before coming to Rio Cazadero High School, I was a student at Montreal High School and Edward Harris Middle School. As you heard, collaboration and cooperation are teams in Monterey Trail Region. One of the places where students learn to work well together are the video production classes. The video production classes at Montreal High School and Rio Cazadero High School work with schools in the region to interview students, and we hope you enjoy hearing from those students in the video you're about to see. Thank you.
My goals and dreams are to become an orthodontist. I want to do this because I want to be successful.
One of my goals is to become an engineer, and I want to work at Boeing and build airplanes.
Some of my goals and my dreams are to get a 5.0 GPA and get a full scholarship to Cornell and double major in either medical, business, or computer science.
One dream is to become a ballet dancer.
One of my goals is to become better at math. One of my goals is to become a dancer.
My goal is to become a lawyer.
My dream is to become a doctor and help others in need.
To play D1 football at the University of Georgia.
My goals and dreams are to become successful, graduate from a four-year university.
One goal of mine is to go to Texas University, and a dream of mine is to be able to take care of my family.
My goals and dreams are to become successful in life and be able to provide for myself and my family.
My goal or dream is to play professional basketball, and if that doesn't work out, I want to help kids like me achieve their dream of playing basketball too.
My goal is to go to a really nice college, and my dream is to become a soccer player.
My goal is to be more responsible with the stuff I say and do, and to be more helpful towards others.
My goal is to be more focused and be more respectful to others.
My goal is to become part of the NBA because it's been my passion since I was 8.
My goal is to become better at basketball and be like my brother.
One of my biggest dreams is to become a software engineer since I loved computer science ever since I was 7. Another dream is that I want to get into college, either UC Berkeley or MIT in the future.
My goal is to start my own business.
Some dreams and goals that I have are to continue to live comfortably with my family and continue to be successful.
A goal I have is to start my own business and also be a really successful barber.
A dream of mine is to own my own business and just be successfully happy.
One goal I have is to make as much money in life to spoil the family that I have around me.
One goal is to be successful, and the first step of that is graduating high school.
My hopes and dream is to become a professional soccer player and filmmaker.
My hopes and dreams is to major in physics at a four-year college.
I hope to go into the medical pathway and become a cardiologist in the future.
Something at my school that I love that helps me achieve these dreams is when my teachers help keep me organized and help me use Avid to prepare notes for our tests. And then I like how the teachers are really understanding because like they're not only do they like are good at teaching, but like the understanding part really helps with the teaching.
Something here at Raymond Case that helps me achieve that goal is CREST, which is an after-school club with engineering.
Some things that help me with my dream is the caring teachers.
Something at Raymond Case that helps me with my goal is my teacher because she teaches me new ways to learn math. Something at Raymond Case that helps me with this goal is an after-school club called Drama Club because it teaches me dances that I can memorize, and memorization is really good for dancing.
So something here at Edward Harris Junior Middle School that I can do to reach my goals and dreams are to form academic relationships with my teachers and to not procrastinate and to become organized.
The relationships with my teachers and staffs at the school that help me be prepared for success later in life.
My relationships with the football coaches, the teacher.
Something at my school that helps me be successful are my encouraging teachers that are always encouraging me to be my best and do my best.
Something here at Roy Herberger that helps me be successful to reach my goal or dream is our basketball team, because our coach and staff, they help us learn more about basketball, and they also allow us to have fun while playing it.
Something here at Roy Herberger that helps me to be successful with my goal is when they teach me about history and I learn about the past to make a better future.
I love how the staff at my school, they help teach me about health and what the body needs to be healthy.
Just to have fun and have a lot of and just have some teachers understand me.
The school guides me with the stuff I do and helps me be more respectful.
The school encourages me and pushes me to like do better.
When I'm at recess, I could play basketball and improve my skills. And then when I'm in the classroom, I could learn more. One thing that my school does to help me become successful in my goals and dreams is that they help me learn about advanced math, since computer science depends on math.
Here at Calvine, we have really supportive teachers that are caring and want to help us succeed.
We have really supportive teachers. They connect to us students really well.
One thing for sure is the teachers here are really good with helping us and making sure we don't feel overburdened with the work or even stuff outside of school. And they lead us towards paths that we can help further our dreams and hopes.
One thing about Calvine is we're a family, and that's really matters. That matters, bro.
Thank you.
Yes.
MT has prepared me by having a really good set of staff and teachers that are able to guide and push me to do the things that I want to do and really make it a fun environment to be in.
I think Monterey Trail has a wonderful bunch of classes that really help prepare me towards going into the health science pathway. The teachers are absolutely amazing. They know how to guide you and coach you, and I'm really grateful for that.
Monterey Trail High School helped me prepare me to be social, respect, discipline, and confidence. Before that, I was awfully anxious, scared, antisocial. But now, look at me, I'm just expressing, you know?
Hello, my name is Bianca Bustillo. I'm currently a junior at Monterey Trail High School. I used to go to Edward Harris Junior Middle School, and I also went to Anna Kirchgater Elementary School. Thank you to all of our students who shared. We had so many that we couldn't include them all, but we know that the future is bright, and our region will help them reach those amazing goals through our collaboration and commitment to success on the trail. So, what are other ways that we collaborate towards success? Just to mention a few, we just had the best turnout ever at our BSU Black History Month Community Extravaganza at MT. Community members, students, and families from several schools in our region and in EGUSD showed up, including our own Superintendent Hoffman. It was an incredible night with student presenters from BSU, not only at MT, but also from EHMS and our feeder schools. In addition, the MT regional BSUs have
participated together to grow leaders and celebrate Black excellence through events like the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day and in elevating student voices at the Monterey Trail Regional Equity Coalition. Through celebrating and inviting the community to our multicultural assemblies in the region, we continue to emphasize that diversity is our strength, and celebrating together, we truly become one trail. In January, we were able to invite all of our schools and the community together for our annual MTHS Open House Showcase, featuring all that our school has to offer to our future Mustangs and our youth together to have Mustangs and future Mustangs playing basketball, singing, and performing together. We are not done yet in our celebrations and collaborations together. In April, we invite you all to join us as we celebrate the 20th year on the trail for MTHS and EHMS at our Spring Carnival. There are so many ways we work together that we can't highlight them all, but we do want to share one more special project we have taken on to help students reach their goals and dreams. To help us present our AVID regional collaboration, let us introduce Ms. Jennifer Hubbard, Ms. Jamie King, and Ms. Blaine Trujillo. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Jen Hubbard. I am the EGUSD AVID Program Coordinator. AVID, which stands for Advancement via Individual Determination, is a program that has a systematic approach that is designed to close the opportunity gap by ensuring that all students are college, career, and life ready. EGUSD is taking AVID beyond the secondary AVID elective class, which is what it used to be, and we are now school-wide at elementary and secondary spaces. I'm now going to turn it over to the fabulous AVID instructional coaches, Blaine and Jamie, to go over all the collaborative work they've been doing with the Monterey Trail region.
Hello, I'm Blaine Trujillo. Hi, I'm Jamie King. As AVID instructional coaches, we support all schools in the Monterey Trail region, TK to 12th grade. One of the many supports we provide is facilitating opportunities for regional collaboration, which is why we're here today. Our first collaborative effort we'd like to share is EGUSD's first ever regional AVID coordinator articulation day, which was held on November 29th. Here's a photo. Yep, there they are, of our first graders partaking in focused note taking, and they are doing 2-column notes. And then here is another photo of our 10th grade students who are engaging in student collaboration and building community within their classroom. The Collaboration Day's intent was to better understand the larger picture of all student learning within the region. Coordinators identified skills, strengths, and areas of growth, as well as the impact of consistency in academic language, teaching methods, and AVID instructional strategies and routines, such as we heard earlier from the students, focus notes, one-pagers, marking the text, and organization. This regional collaboration was so successful, we will be having another one on in the MT region on April 18th, and all of the other 8 regions have been inspired, and they will be having their own regional collaboration days as well.
So during our regional collaboration day, the afternoon, we laid the groundwork for the first ever Trail Region AVID Family Night, which was held February 15th. A photo from that event here. All families within the Monterey Trail region were invited to explore AVID with us, and there was a great turnout for being the first ever event of this type. Students and families engaged in art activities such as button making provided by the AVID 12 students from Monterey Trail, and all schools in the region, elementary through high school, showcase student work samples, providing families insight into the alignment and collaborative work being done. Highlighted here is a family celebrating their big bingo win from Barbara Comstock Morse Elementary. This work is an example of the Monterey Trail region's commitment to blazing a trail of collaborative excellence, following the theme of today. And we're really grateful to have the chance to share this milestone with you. Next, please welcome the representatives from Calvine High School, Ricky Berry and Caleb Combs.
Greetings, my name is Caleb Combs
For our final presentation, we are pleased to present the Raymond Case Elementary Choir with an inspirational message that demonstrates the harmony created through collaboration. The second song is to honor our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Monterey Trail Region. Great job, guys.
Great job. Okay. Let me make sure. Thank you very much. I just want to recognize we do have some principals in the house for Monterey Trail Region. Toby Page from Calvine High School. Doug Wendell from Rio Cazadero. Laura Ricks, Monterey Trail. Charles Amy from Edward Harris. John Santon from Raymond Case. Dr. Tamala Moore from Roy Herberger. Pilolo Umi from Barbara Comstock, and Brian McNeil from Irene B. West Elementary. Thank you so much, Monterey Trail. Next up, we have Florin. And guests, it looks like we do have some amazing dragons that are going to be making their rounds. So if you could just make sure that there's nothing on the floor in front of you, we don't want them to trip. So thank you.
Thank you, line dancers, and good evening, Board President Gina Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Hal Lam.
And my name is Liang Long Huang, and we proudly represent the Florin region. We're excited to let you know about the many great things that have been happening within our schools.
Our region schools have been bursting with activities and opportunities for students to succeed. In the video we are about to present, you'll catch a glimpse of the diversity, academics, and student passion that makes the Florin region a truly special place for our students to call home.
Without further ado, we present to you our Florin region schools, consisting of Anna Kirchgater Elementary, David Reese Elementary, Isabel Jackson Elementary, Florin Elementary, Samuel Kennedy Elementary, James Order Middle School, and Florin High School. Thank you and enjoy.
At Anna Kirchgater Elementary, we understand the profound impact that a strong connection can have on the growth and development of our students. It's not just about academic achievements, it's about fostering a sense of belonging, support, and collaboration that transcends the walls of our classrooms. Our commitment to making meaningful connections goes beyond textbooks and lesson plans. It's about creating an environment where every child feels seen, heard, safe, and valued. It's about empowering them to explore their passions, discover their strengths, and reaching for the stars with unwavering confidence. We are not just educating students, we are building a strong, resilient school community that thrives on compassion, understanding, and mutual support. As we continue on this journey, let us reaffirm our commitment to staying connected to our students, to each other, and to the collective vision of a brighter and more inclusive future for all. Thank you for your unwavering support in this shared mission.
We are Reach.
Hi, how can we help you?
My name is Maria Chavez. I'm the bilingual teaching associate here at David Reed. So I have a group of moms every Friday here.
Our representative of our students, so all of the TK and kindergarten classes.
Hi, my name is Jackson, and this is my school, Florin Elementary. Yeah, Florin Elementary. We have cool events like the tree and the friendship dance. Also, we have raffles for cool prizes, tickets, even attendance awards. We even had one assembly where it was a fundraiser and we got to sign the students. Also at Florin Elementary, we have cool assemblies like lion dance, award assembly, and we also have my personal favorite, the office. Thank you for listening, everybody. And just remember, if you want action, come for Jackson.
My name is Tamara Cross. I am a leadership student at Isabel Jackson Elementary School. And today I'm going to be giving you guys a tour of the school.
All around the world. To the beach, y'all. Let's go. All around the
And the bass keeps running, running, and 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 running, running.
body, yeah. Body, yeah. Get into it, yeah. Get started, come on, start, come on, get started, get started. This man is started. Let's get it started, yeah, let's get it started.
Kennedy Cougars are connected to school staff and their community.
I feel connected to the school because whenever I come here, I feel respected by teachers, and some people are lonely, so I get to make new friends, and I can be connected with someone who actually relates with me.
Hi, I'm Jen Wanlin. I run the student leadership here at Samuel Kennedy with Jill Hunter. Students have the opportunity to help us create spirit days at school that are fun and engaging, do service projects for our community, such as food drives. And then we also focus on success. So our goal is to have students feel successful at school, be able to come to adults when they need help with things, and just really feel connected to someone here at school is our main goal.
It's been a day in my head. I'm hanging up my last breath. There's things I got to forget. Catching up with it lately, spinning out a bit crazy. Know you're feeling the same thing. Cause we were riding and riding. Years time, like we got nowhere to go. So maybe underneath the moon. Let the fire get the moon. There's something in the air. Cause I don't even care. Running this until the sun rises.
Thank you.
Excellent job. Thank you, Florin. And we'd like to also recognize principals from the Florin region, Justine Fuller from Las Flores and William Daylor High Schools, Bree Bahar from Florin High School, Andy Johnson from James Rudder Middle School, Wilbert Villalta from Florin Elementary, Scott Hadley from Isabel Jackson, Sandra Brown from Samuel Kennedy, Jerry Sanchez from Anna Kirchgater, and Katrina Baggett from David Reese Elementary. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, I'd like to call Ms. Coates for the recommendation of the name for the varsity baseball field at Pleasant Grove High School.
All right. Well, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, staff, and public. Excited to be here tonight to help bring forward the recommendation of the name for the varsity baseball field at Pleasant Grove High School. Consistent with board policy and administrative regulation 7511, community staff members from Pleasant Grove High School have requested to name the varsity baseball field at Pleasant Grove the Rob Rinaldi Field. We support the recommendation consistent with our board policy. In just a minute, I'm going to have Mr. Schweitzer come and share Mr. Rinaldi's story. There is a idea for a scoreboard to come up, and we are excited to do that. And we are in conversations with the Division of State Architect, DSA, to make sure that we do that appropriately and the right way. So that will be forthcoming pending this recommendation. Mr. Schweitzer?
Right. Good evening. It's with much pride that students, staff, and members of the Pleasant Grove High School community would like to dedicate the varsity baseball field in honor of Robert Rinaldi. In addition to being an educator at Pleasant Grove, Coach Rinaldi was the school's first baseball coach and has been active in the Pleasant Grove community, mentoring young people since the school opened in 2005. Coach Rinaldi has had many career accomplishments that stand out in an impressive way. He's accumulated a 510 and a 184 win-loss record over a coaching career that spanned 30 years, almost 75% win record. I think anybody in the room would take that any day. He's had numerous players move on to careers in the major leagues, including Dustin Pedroia, who went on to claim numerous All-Star bids, Gold Glove awards, and Major League MVP honors. When Pleasant Grove opened in 2005, the baseball fields consisted of a backstop, a mound, and a chain link dugout. Coach Rinaldi worked closely with the facilities department and the Pleasant Grove community to fundraise and build a batting complex, install outfield fences, plant trees so that fans had shade, put up foul ball poles, enclosed the dugouts, built and planned out the snack bar and storage facilities, and built bullpens and constructed bleachers. Coach Rinaldi is already a member of the Sacramento Baseball Hall of Fame, and it's only fitting to give him the greatest honor that we can bestow upon him, and that is naming the varsity field in his honor. I know we have Principal Tegan Keplinger, Athletic Director Scott Graydon. We also have tonight with us the current Pleasant Grove baseball coach, Chris Terry, and former Eagle Kyle Harlow, who would like to say a few words. So I'll turn it over to Coach Terry.
Thank you, and distinguished members of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board. I'm going to kind of repeat some of the things you just said, but my name is Chris Terry, and I'm the head baseball coach and physical education teacher at Pleasant Grove High School. I'm here today to speak to you regarding properly honoring a former colleague, Elk Grove Unified School District employee and legend within the Sacramento baseball community. Rob Rinaldi, former physical education teacher and head baseball coach at Pleasant Grove and Woodland High School, has a storied career, is not only developing and inspiring students to be their best, but in building communities that are cornerstone to many successful alumni. Rob was inducted to the Sacramento Baseball Hall of Fame in 2023 for lifetime achievement as a high school baseball coach in the region. He has coached countless players to college and professional ranks, most notably 2008 American League MVP Dustin Pedroia. In 23 years of varsity head coach, Rob amassed over 500 wins, 10 league championships, and 1 section championship. He's a winner of 10 Coach of the Year awards and was named Sacramento Bee Coach of the Year. If his baseball coaching resume isn't impressive enough, after his retirement from coaching baseball at Pleasant Grove, Rob went on to win 2 section championships as the head coach of the women's golf team. Rob's passion for teaching and coaching is unsurpassed. When Rob took the job at Pleasant Grove upon his opening, he was given a simple backstop and a basic field. He was able to quickly formulate a community around his program and raise both financial and labor support to build a quality varsity facility, complete with batting cages, outfield fence, storage sheds, snack shack, and new infield grass. Rob built the field that we are requesting to bear his name without district funds and with only the support of the baseball community of Pleasant Grove. I have personally had the privilege of knowing Rob for 20 plus years. As a young coach, starting out at Elk Grove and Sheldon high schools, I had to face Rob Rinaldi many times. His teams were not only well taught, but always top tier competitively, and were a model of class, win or lose. He set the bar high for other coaches in the area, and I respected the way he did his job and how he coached his teams. As my own career moved on to the college level as head coach of Culver Stockton College, Eastern New Mexico University, and Regis University, I employed many strategies that I learned from Rob Rinaldi in terms of game planning, practice planning, offensive philosophy, and fundamental focus. As my career has now turned full circle and I am now at Pleasant Grove High School, I've had the pleasure of working side by side with Rob. His mentorship as both a teacher and a coach has been one of the highlights of my career. It is truly an honor for me to be here today to speak to all of you on his behalf. The project of naming the varsity baseball field at Pleasant Grove High School has been a year-long communal event that has empowered the Elk Grove Unified School District spirit of taking a whole community to educate a child. The work and career-long impact of Rob Rinaldi is very deserving of commemoration in the Pleasant Grove High School community for generations to come. Thank you very much.
My name is Kyle Harlow, and I am one of Rob's former players. And I was actually part of the first 4-year graduating class at Pleasant Grove. That meant I got to spend all 4 years with Rob Rinaldi. And both of these gentlemen have mentioned, what we were given back then. The high school wasn't even completed. We had porta potties for restrooms. There was no landscaping. It was dirt. And we didn't have a baseball field. So our practices were spent on the blacktop, taking ground balls on the track, which was dirt, or in the gymnasium. And on our spare time or on the weekends, Rob organized work parties. And so Saturday morning, we'd all get to the field. Someone would bring donuts, energy drinks, and waters. And, they spoke about the trees in the outfield, the fence, the backstop, the batting cage. A lot of that was built by us and all organized by Rob. And none of that matters now. I could care less, if the kids coming through the program know my name or anything I did. But I do think the right thing to do is to put Rinaldi's name on that field and honor everything he's built. He's literally built the program from scratch, not just like the baseball and, what Terry was talking about, but literally built the field. So, thank you for letting me share a little bit and, give back to Rinaldi. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Coach Terry and Kyle. It's clear Coach Rinaldi's truly made a difference for the youth and student athletes in the Pleasant Grove community. And with that, the board is requested to approve the naming of the Pleasant Grove High School varsity baseball field after Coach Robert Rinaldi.
Thank you. Ms. Gerber, are there any public comments via Zoom for this item?
President, there are no comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Okay, then I would like to call for a motion to approve the request from Pleasant Grove High School staff and community to name the varsity baseball field at Pleasant Grove High School, the Rob Rinaldi Field.
Yeah, I, with pleasure, recommend the naming of the baseball field in the name of Coach Rinaldi.
Second.
I have moved by Mr. Fortuna and second by Mr. Yang. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, and Mr. Switzer is now going to the recognition of National Library Week.
All right. Good evening, Board President Jaberson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and welcome back, Ms. Avalos. First promoted in 1958, National Library Week is sponsored by the American Library Association and observed in libraries across the country each April. This year, National Library Week is celebrated April 21st through 27, 2024, and libraries host special events to highlight the unique role libraries play in people's lives. This year's theme is Ready, Set, Library. Libraries are full of stories in a variety of formats, from picture books to large print, audiobooks to ebooks, and there's so much more to the story. Libraries lend items like museum passes, games, musical instruments, and tools. Library programming brings communities together for entertainment, education, and connection through book clubs, story time, movie nights, classes, and lectures. Library infrastructure advances communities, providing internet and technology access, literacy skills, and support for businesses, job seekers, and entrepreneurs. Celebrations across the nation during National Library Week include Right to Read Day, National Library Workers Day, National Library Outreach Day, and Take Action for Libraries Day. It's essential to continue our acknowledgement of the valuable contributions and recognize all library workers, including librarians, support staff, and others who make library services possible for our students. And I know we have several staff from our school libraries here tonight. If you all could please stand for a moment and just be recognized. Thank you all for coming. This evening, the board is requested to approve resolution number 57 to recognize April 21 through 27, 2024 as National Library Week.
Thank you. Ms. Gerber, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, there are no comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
We do have blue cards on this item. All right, so we will start with Joan Stredders. And after her will be Tara Dugan.
Good evening, Superintendent Hoffman, President Jamerson, members of the board, and Ms. Avalos. I have been an elementary library tech in Elk Grove for almost 30 years. At one time, several years ago, I had 25 hours a week paid by the district. I was able to help students find books, teach library lessons, and read to classes. I also managed the Accelerated Reader Program, which helps students improve their reading comprehension. I was able to spend time helping students discover new books, provide them with books for research projects. I also had time to reshelve books, order new books when money was available, have book fairs, and create a welcoming environment in the library. At this time, I had no textbook responsibilities. Today, the Elk Grove District only pays for 15 hours a week, and our responsibilities and number of students have increased. Librarians have a difficult time fitting in each class every week. Reading to classes and library lessons are minimal or not happening at all. Helping students find books, checking books in and out in such a short period of time is challenging, as well as finding time to reshelve our books. We have the responsibilities of textbooks. With each new adoption, we need to find time to process books, enter them into Destiny. Each year, we check textbooks in and out to each student, as well as passing out consumables. When consumables for the following year are delivered in the spring, we need to inventory them. We also order textbooks and consumables during the year as we get new students. We have a big turnover of techs because of the stress of so much to do in so little time. Our techs receive no training and depend on current techs to find time to help them out. Elk Grove is shortchanging our elementary students in the library. Our elementary techs need more hours to provide basic need and quality time to our students. Thank you.
Next up is Tara Dugan, followed by Dustin Noble.
Good evening. My name is Tara Dugan, and I am the library tech at Pikert Elementary. I've been a library tech in the district for about 6 years. Before that, I volunteered in the library for 4 years. I love my job. I am also a parent in the district. I have a son at CO and a daughter at Pinkerton. I'd like to talk to you tonight about equity. I would like to advocate for a teacher librarian in charge of the elementary library techs. This person could make sure that we are trained, considered, and communicated with. They could also help with book challenges and all that that entails. We train ourselves. We question and follow up for ourselves. And so we need a district-wide policies and procedures to ensure equity. Site by site does not work. We currently receive 15 hours a week. It's not enough. We are all volunteers to some degree, every week working unpaid hours. We currently have a $0 dedicated budget for books. It's not enough. Some sites find money to pay for extra hours through ESSER, LCAP, and the PTO. Some do not. Some sites find money for books through ESSER, LCAP, and the PTO. Some do not. Most of the money for elementary school library books come from our side hustles, like book fairs, readathons, and other various fundraisers, all provided by us with volunteer hours. This is great for the schools with families who can afford it. Not so great for those who can't. We need district-wide cohesiveness and equity for our elementary library techs so that we can provide kids with an equitable education, which is why we are all here. Thank you so much.
Next up is Dustin Noble, followed by Courtney Arizina.
Good evening. National Library Week is an amazing time to celebrate not only our libraries, but the librarians that staff them. They provide access to an immersive world of knowledge, history, adventure, and social issues, to name a few. Libraries are a safe space for kids to self-discover or elevate what they learn in the classroom. Now let's talk inclusion, my favorite. When I was a student in EGUSD, my school librarian made sure I had access to enlarged textbooks and tools to help me navigate my day as a visually impaired person. Today, at our home school at Ellen Fikert Elementary, Miss Dugan is there working hard and providing a sensory-friendly environment for all students in her care. When I toured the school this last fall, I was touring the school library. I was blown away that there was a dedicated space for kids with sensory needs so that they could access the library and the books within. While some schools struggle to find a place for our kids to regulate and self-soothe, here comes Miss Dugan making it happen. This is just a couple examples of how important our libraries and site librarians are. I do want to take a moment to echo what's been said here and to also advocate for our librarians, specifically the need for full-time hours for our elementary librarians. Part-time simply does not cut it when you may be servicing up to 900 plus kids at a site. I encourage you all to tour your region schools and spend some time in the library. I know that you will be impacted by the amazing, insurmountable work they do, but also the needs that they have. In a time when Google is the new library and source of knowledge, let's get kids back into their libraries reading physical books with a full-time staffed librarian. Thank you.
Next up is Courtney Arizina, followed by Genzi Ferraro.
Good evening. I apologize in advance. My students have been very generous with germs, so my voice is going in and out as I recover. I wanted to thank you for acknowledging National Library Week this evening. I can't remember a time when libraries were not a central element of my life. Since I was a military brat, I was often the new kid. At each of the 7 schools I attended from K to 12th grade, the school library was always my safe place. No matter what state we were in, libraries were my haven. The only jobs I've ever had were in a bookstore, a public library, and now a school library. I married a library director. That military kid, in a very random full circle moment, ended back up in Elk Grove. My son started kindergarten at Donner, the same school I attended. I could not believe the state of the library since I had left. The library was no longer staffed by a full-time teacher librarian and a part-time library technician. Instead, there was a library tech that worked just 15 hours. The overwhelming majority of the books on the shelves were the same books that had been there when I left in 2000. Any popular books were well beyond well-loved. They were absolutely trashed. My kiddo would bring home books with holes in the covers taped over. So when the position for library technician opened, I jumped at the chance. I went from Mrs. PTA lady to Mrs. Library lady. Since then, I have devoted myself and much of my time to restoring the library. Since then, I have kids talking to me about books, talking to each other about books, forming book clubs. My spines are cracked on all my brand new books. I even have kids fighting about books. And that is a problem because that is not how it is at every site. ESSER funds and quadrupling book fair sales on my own time made that happen. This isn't equitable. In our district, the majority of our students' only access to books are in schools, in the classrooms, and in the libraries. If your school has a great PTA with a huge parent involvement, maybe we'll have an awesome library. And some of those PTOs actually fund hours for the library techs to work additionally. We've been told that LCAP and ESSER funds and Title I funds are for us, but most principals are not using those funds for library books. If we want our students to become readers, they need books that they're interested in at their level. They need books where they can see themselves and identify with characters. We can't expect them to become readers, get high test scores, or become lifelong readers if we aren't fulfilling this bare minimum need.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is Gen Z Ferraro, followed by Bethany Payne.
Good evening. It's so nice to see everybody. It's been a while. I would like to thank all of the library techs that are here tonight that are specifically mapping out for you exactly what they need, and that's going to need funding. I'm hoping to come to you tonight with something that can be solved immediately. Checking on your librarians. They have been called atrocious names. They've been accused of horrible things and all of these very uncomfortable meetings that we've all been sitting through, and no one has checked to see if they are okay. I encourage you all to check on them and make sure that they are okay so that they can continue making it work with the few hours that they do have every day. Thank you.
And next up is Bethany Payne. She had to leave, so that is all the blue cards we have on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. I would now like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 57, recognizing April 21st through 27th, 2024 as National Library Week.
Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chaitis Espinosa and seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say, oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, discussion. It is good that tonight we are recognizing National Library Week. And it should be more than just a gesture, because that's what I feel it is. It's a gesture. Recognition without action is not really fulfilling the intent of a recognition. Equity was discussed. Somewhere along the line, when positions were established, a decision was made by the district that it would fund secondary schools with a full-time librarian, and elementary schools would get 15 hours a week. Also, as we were discussing the new policies on library books, we learned that library techs and librarians receive different staff development, which again begs the issue of equity. The one thing certainly with all my visitations to schools and to PTAs and PTOs is that while the district funds the library techs at 3 hours a day, many PTAs, PTOs, and Title I schools utilize their dollars to enhance those hours in recognition of the fact that not only do 3 hours a day not properly service the kids, but the fact that our library technicians are volunteering thousands of free hours. Book fairs that are put on at the schools are primarily parent-driven, and the book fairs become the majority source of funding for the school libraries and the classroom libraries. Numerous times when this Board of Education has looked at board priorities, the issue of library techs has been on the table and it's been rejected. And I would ask that the board, even though we are here to certainly recognize our librarians with National Library Week, that when we sit and have a serious discussion this year, even though dollars are not what we had anticipated, that we give serious consideration in our priorities to fully fund the library tech positions. Thank you.
Madam President, can I also make comment? So I fully agree with that. I just want to take the opportunity to recognize, as one person mentioned during public comment, that we as a board have yet to take responsibility and make amends for some of the pain that we caused last year. On our instructional materials policy, I think we got the policy right, but that doesn't mean we did everything right. Our librarians and library techs were insulted, belittled, and disrespected. In some cases, they were harassed and threatened, and we as a board failed to defend them. We have been told that the trust of our librarians has been shaken. As we recognize librarians and library techs in this resolution, we should take responsibility for the words and the silence that has caused them harm. So to our librarians and library techs, let me say clearly, if we made you feel like your work deserves anything less than our full-throated support and our deepest respect, then I am sincerely sorry. Your work is essential to our mission as a district and the health, wellness, safety, and success of our students. For those who still feel the weight of last year, I would welcome the opportunity to hear your concerns and hopefully earn back your trust. Thank you.
Okay. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now I would like to call on Jennifer Avey to present Public Schools Month.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here tonight to ask the Board of Education to support resolution number 60 proclaiming April Public Schools Month. During the 1920s, the Free and Accepted Masons of California initiated the annual recognition of the role that public schools play in our communities. Since then, the state of California has designated April as Public Schools Month. During this time, we acknowledge the contributions our schools play in ensuring the safety and well-being of our students. The purpose of Public Schools Month is to encourage our communities to set aside time to honor and to honor our public schools and to enlist the community's continued support for public education. Community members are invited to personally recognize the dedication and commitment of the staff at their neighborhood schools, as was demonstrated here this evening with our 2 schools that opened up. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Gerber, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, there are no comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards for this item?
There are no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. I would then like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 60, proclaiming April 24th as Public Schools Month in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Move.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Yang and seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now I would like to call on Mr. Ross to present Transgender Day of Visibility.
Good evening, Board President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I am here tonight to present Resolution 59, recognizing March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility. Each year on March 31st, the world observes Transgender Day of Visibility to raise awareness about transgender people. It's a day to celebrate the lives and contributions of transgender people while also drawing attention to the poverty, discrimination, and violence the community faces. International Transgender Day of Visibility was created in 2009 by trans advocate Rachel Crandall Crocker. Transgender Day of Visibility was created in response to the overwhelming majority of media stories about transgender people being focused on violence. This day provides an opportunity to focus on celebrating the lives of transgender people, empowering them to live authentically while still acknowledging that due to discrimination, not every trans person can or wants to be visible. Elk Grove Unified School District is a district whose goal is to help all students be college, career, and life ready, knowing that mental health and physical safety are key components of success. Given the federal and state level of support of this day, it would follow that the district would also support a day to highlight marginalized voices in fulfillment of its district goals. I respectfully ask the board to adopt Resolution 59, recognizing March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility.
Thank you. Ms. Gerber, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have 3 public comments on this agenda item via Zoom. First up, I believe we have Emily.
One second, Emily. We're waiting to get our screen back up. Do you want us to just use the timer here? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Emily. We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Emily Ottenreith. I'm the owner of the local bookstore, See at the Table Books, and more importantly, the parent of 2 children in Elk Grove Unified. I am just so honored that our school district is one of the leaders on recognizing the Trans Day of Visibility in our country. This is such an important opportunity to show kids that this district is safe for everyone, and that their needs and marginalization and contributions are all prioritized by our district so that our students can truly feel safe everywhere that they are. I know that my middle schooler reports that a lot of queer-phobic slurs are still used on campus, and that a lot of kids are still afraid to fully share who they are, especially if they are part of the gender nonconforming, part of the queer community. So this is such an important step to show that the district is behind those students. And with recent losses in our country of young people who have identified as not gender nonconforming, this is especially important. And I would say that I would really like to see the district put its support behind trans students, not just in the name of this resolution, but also by reinstating the Rainbow Club at Pleasant Grove Elementary and generally expressing your firm support for Rainbow Clubs at all levels. Thank you.
Next, we have Amaranta.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Amaranta. My pronouns are they, them, and I've spoken a couple of times at these board meetings in support of your Pride Proclamation, for example, and against banning books. You may remember me as Amelina Mendoza's adult child. Today, I'd like to voice my wholehearted support for Resolution 59, recognizing March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility in the EGUSD. I'm commenting over Zoom and not in person because, to be honest, speaking on these issues in the same room as people who refuse to respect or understand me and my community, much less include us, takes too big of a toll on my mental health. And I hope the fact that you can't see my face right now doesn't take away from the urgency and the weight of the following statement, which is acknowledging, affirming, and supporting trans youth and their gender identities saves lives. That is a fact. It is not up for debate, although many people may try. And I'm a little emotional. You know, there was a big news story out of Oklahoma about a non-binary teen, and it wrecked me. And I would hate for something like that to happen again anywhere, and especially not here. So I would like to close with a quote from trans non-binary activist, poet, and public speaker Alok Vaid-Menon. A lot of airtime is given to other people's use of us rather than our own experiences. Our existence is made into a matter of opinion, as if our genders are debatable and not just who we are. In other words, there's been a lot of talk about us, but very little engagement with us. So EGUSD board members, I encourage you to vote to pass this resolution. I'm reasonably certain you will, just based on how you have voted historically. And I urge you to ask yourselves how you can do more for your trans, gender nonconforming, and queer students, and how you can engage with them in a way that centers and uplifts their beauty and their humanity. Thank you.
Next up is Rowan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. All right, hello, EGUSD board. My name is Rowan. I identify as trans and non-binary. I use they, them pronouns. And I'm the vice president of PFLAG Sacramento, which is a local nonprofit organization that affirms and supports LGBTQIA individuals and their loved ones. We host 3 meetings a month, and currently our meetings are full of parents and guardians of LGBTQIA plus identified youths. We have had mostly parents of trans and gender nonconforming youths attending our meetings this past year. People attend our meetings. They're looking for more information on LGBTQIA identities, how to affirm their LGBTQIA identified loved ones, and for support themselves while dealing with non-affirming spaces. Our PFLAG Sacramento chapter is in support of your Trans Day of Visibility proclamation, and we also support students having LGBTQIA clubs on high school and middle school campuses. Honestly, we think that they should be on all school campuses. We do not believe that parents should be allowed to shut down LGBTQIA clubs on school campuses. They may stop their own children from attending, but they do not have the right to stop other children and affirming families from having access to LGBTQIA plus clubs. Today, we actually met at one of Elk Grove Unified School District's middle school GSA clubs, For the students' request, we actually taught them how to bachata, as well as answered questions that they had about LGBTQIA identities. One of the students told us that their parents provided them with a false statistic saying that 98% of people detransition. I've heard people at these meetings state false statistics about detransitioning as well, and would like to correct this misinformation by stating that only 0 to 3% detransition, and more often this is due to lack of affirming spaces in communities. Suicide rates in trans and gender non-conforming youths also decrease when they have access to affirming spaces and with even just one affirming adult figure in their lives. So having this LGBTQIA representation, like your Trans Day of Visibility proclamation, and having LGBTQIA clubs on school campuses, it's crucial and can literally save young lives. Parents of our trans and gender nonconforming youth that come to our meetings have validated these statistics by stating repeatedly that their children's mental health has improved as they have affirmed their identities. They also express fear and concern for their children's mental health as their situations arise that are not affirming, and they themselves, as parents and allies or guardians, experience mental health struggles while supporting their youth through these non-affirming spaces and experiences. So I do hope that EGUSD adopts this TDOR proclamation, and also that you do not allow for pauses or stops of LGBTQIA clubs on campuses any longer. I just don't think that that's okay. Our chapter doesn't think it's okay. And I personally also support your Trans Day of Visibility proclamation. So I hope that you can vote for that today and make sure that we see trans youth grow up into adults and gender nonconforming youths grow up into adults. Thank you.
And Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Yes, we have blue cards on this item. All right, so let's start with Brittany Delgado, followed by Pat Pastori. Feel free to correct my pronunciation when you get up to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Brittany. I am here as a community member and an employee of this district. I am here to please ask you to please support the passing of the board resolution commemorating International Transgender Day of Visibility. I am here to ask that the passing of this resolution is followed with the intention of continued support of our queer and gender expansive students in this district by supporting and upholding safe and inclusive spaces like our rainbow clubs and pushing for more inclusive board policies that keep all of our students in mind. When we begin to add barriers to these safe spaces, the only people we are hurting are our LGBTQ+ youth and the LGBTQ+ families of this district. International Trans Day of Visibility is intended to celebrate trans and non-binary people everywhere, but also highlight the injustices, victimization, and discrimination that the community faces. We want to shut down any misinformation and share real, factual experiences. We want to remember students like the 16-year-old Next Benedict, a non-binary student who recently passed a month ago after being brutally beaten inside of a restroom here in the United States. This is only one incident of many. According to GLSEN's 2021 National School Climate Survey, it is reported that LGBT students at schools with GSAs are less likely to hear homophobic remarks, less likely to feel unsafe at school, miss school, and experience physical violence, and feel greater belonging to their school community, perform better academically in school, and were more likely to plan on pursuing post-secondary education. These statistics align almost exactly with the EGUSD learning vision that we as educators have been taught to uphold, that every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. As we discuss LGBTQ+ student rights, it is imperative that we recognize the fundamental principles that every individual, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, deserves to feel safe, respected, and valued in our schools. We can always give a right, but we should never, ever take one. Thank you.
Next up is Pat Pestoni, followed by Connie Brocker.
Good evening, board. You had that almost right. Pestoni, like a pest, you know, I always say, like, but I'm really not one. Pestoni, okay. So anyway, I'm here to kind of speak as a retired teacher, a substitute, not actually in your area here, but in Auburn area. So I came from Auburn to speak on this issue. And for all students, again, as being a teacher and part of the education, you know, all students need to be supported and loved and, you know, taught. But my concern for the Rainbow Club, actually, of what I just kind of discovered about it was that my concern is that possibly parents are not being quite involved in this. And if the students required this club, I mean, I thought that, you know, students were, according to the ed code, students were a part of getting a club, that teachers weren't supposed to start clubs. You know, they were to assist the students, obviously. I mean, that's what I was told when I was teaching. And anyway, so my concern is that parents, you know, they need to know for the concerns of their own students who may not be of the trans thing. It may be something that they don't approve of. And so they need to know what's going on in the schools. And so if you do adopt this, I mean, I would just encourage the board to also think on both sides. Yes, for the kids, all kids, the trans kids. I mean, I had a little trans in kindergarten when I did a long-term sub. And I saw some of the things that the young child went through, you know, crying because as little kids, you know, they're kids. Back in the day, you know how you were. You were all probably like that too, where you were, you know, not maybe nice to some kids that you didn't like, or they were different. And I saw that happening, and that was my first time I was a part of it. And I now see that student at Evie Kane, our middle school in Auburn, and she's doing fine. She's doing great. And anyway, but I saw a lot of heartache there. So I do understand that. But my concern as a grandparent and as an educator is that parents need to know what's going on, especially when it goes past the point and they get older and they begin to do things that the parents aren't aware of. And it really affects the rest of their lives because of the decisions that they make that parents may not be aware of. And that's my concern for all the students and all the kids. So thank you so much.
Next up, I'm sorry, let me just read the, next up is Connie Brucker, followed by Natalie Antolin. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Connie Brucker, and I recently became a grandparent, and I have been involved in the school system in the past. It's been many years, since 2000, that I taught. And I just want to speak from a concerned parent, grandparent, and citizen of the United States of America. And I'm really concerned that these clubs, these rainbow clubs, and the LGBTQ format is directed at 3rd to 5th grade students on up. And I know some of it is coming at even younger than that. And I don't know too many students who really understand who they are. You know, our judgment centers are not formed until we're 25 years old. And you can be swayed so easily at such a young age that, you know, if you're constantly being inculcated into this lifestyle and this mindset, you begin to wonder who you are. You know, children are very malleable, right? And they need to be protected. They need to not be pushed into some of these things. And the fact that these clubs are secretive, they're not letting parents know. They're like, it's undercover. And, we know that a lot of evil takes place in darkness. And we don't want our children to be in this darkness where they're being manipulated, maneuvered, brainwashed. I really want to say, vote no. Do not let this happen, because parents need to be aware of what their children are being offered, and they need to be able to say, I don't want my child going to that. I want to protect my child. I want to be able to have an option out. Let me opt out on this. And there are children that sometimes are brought into these things, and it's a detriment. And so I just really want to ask you to heartily consider what I'm saying.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is Natalie Antolin, followed by Tiffany Woods.
Good evening, Elk Grove Unified School Board. My name is Natalie. I last spoke at an Elk Grove Unified School Board meeting about a decade ago as Monterey Trail High School Student Board Representative while I was ASB Vice President. I also participated in GSA at Monterey Trail, and although I was closeted due to surrounding homophobia and biphobia from my peers, I was able to be around others who care for LGBT acceptance, and this was very important in establishing hope, strength, and self-acceptance. Because I continue to find safe and accepting spaces in college, I was able to eventually come out, and now I feel more comfortable, confident, and myself. I've been working in education and have had the privilege of co-advising a gay-straight alliance at the high school level. I witnessed firsthand how a GSA can establish a safe gathering space for the LGBT community and their allies. It is a space for students to become culturally competent and develop social emotional skills. GSA and Rainbow Clubs are also appropriate at the elementary school level. Elementary students express their genders and they have crushes, and they should feel affirmed rather than bullied and misunderstood. LGBT children deserve safe and confidential spaces to receive support and support each other. If kids are not affirmed at home, then we have a responsibility to affirm them at school. Elk Grove Unified has a responsibility to establish Trans Day of Visibility and allow GSAs and other rainbow clubs as safe spaces for kids to keep meeting and establishing a community with one another. LGBT students can no longer be bullied for who they are and who they like. In order to establish a truly safe zone free from bullying, we need to assert boundaries against bullying and discrimination and defend and protect the student body. Thank you.
Next up is Tiffany Woods, followed by Eve Banas.
All right. I'm going old school. I can't do this phone screen anymore. Good evening, trustees. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to speak in support of resolution number 59, recognizing March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility. I'm a proud parent of three. I don't know how I got three, but I got three high school students in the district at PG who are thriving. And they also support the resolution and celebrate their transgender non-binary friends. They'd be here to support, but they're at home doing their nightly 5 hours of homework, which is a whole other board meeting that we can discuss later on. As part of the state level support of the intent and goals of the Transgender Day of Visibility and aligning with the rationale for the resolution as written, the California Department of Public Health will be recognizing TDOV and uplifting the over 220,000 transgender and non-binary Californians, both adult and students and youth, for the fourth consecutive year, and highlighting their contributions and achievements and calling attention to the issues impacting their lives, especially public health issues. In my kids' high school, and be very clear here and simple, in my kids' high school cafeteria, there's a banner with the words, all are welcome. Written in rainbow colors and cursive. I hope they understand what that means and they can translate that. It does not say all are welcome here except for some, or those who we don't like and won't support. It clearly, boldly states all are welcome here. And it's really not that hard. All means all, students, staff, and faculty. And if some of those students need some help and support to thrive in school and life in light of these unprecedented times and challenges, then we should all support. This is California, not Oklahoma. And last, to all of our trans, non-binary, gender diverse students, you are seen, supported, valued, and never let those who refuse to see and accept you define you however you show up in the world. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I urge your support in passing this resolution. Thank you.
Next up, Eve Bonas, followed by Heidi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eve Banas. I use they and she pronouns, and I am the advocacy and training lead at the Sacramento LGBT Community Center. The center works to create a region where all LGBTQ+ people thrive. We support health and wellness, advocate for equity and justice, and work to uplift our diverse and culturally rich LGBTQ+ community. I'm very excited to be here this evening to support Elk Grove Unified School District's resolution to officially recognize Trans Day of Visibility. Trans Day of Visibility is an important opportunity to uplift and celebrate the trans community, particularly our trans youth. Now, I'm sure we have all heard about the rising violence trans folks are experiencing across the United States every day. Trans youth face some of the highest rates of violence, housing insecurity, and health disparities. They experience discrimination within our communities and within our schools here tonight as well. This resolution alone may not be able to end all this harm that I've described, but it will make an important difference. It will help voice loud and unwavering support and highlight the importance of prioritizing inclusivity and visibility for trans youth. As a queer non-binary person myself, I cannot stress how impactful this resolution is and how supportive it would have been for me and my friends when I was a student. To all the trans youth here tonight or watching online or just in the community, I want to commend you for your resilience, even though you shouldn't have to be this resilient. I want to commend you for your presence here, and I want to commend you for the light you bring into our community. We've got your back. And the center strongly recommends that the Elk Grove Unified School District adopts this resolution. Thank you.
And next up is Heidi.
Thank you. As today is Trans Day of Visibility, I thought it was appropriate to present to the board and make public that the district recently sent this flyer, which I can provide to you, to all teachers, inviting them to a training titled Responding to Resistance. The bullet points mention that teachers will learn, quote, how to respond to resistance against rainbow clubs. Now, the discovery of this flyer was made known to us by an elementary school teacher, and it is quite alarming. It was sent just a few weeks after parents discovered a secretive lunchtime UBU club at Pleasant Grove Elementary School. Oddly, the district has not given much response to the concerned parents, but shortly after the incident, sent this flyer out to all teachers. It seems that the district's response to rightfully concerned parents of elementary age children is to ignore them and then provide teachers with training on how to push back, ignore, and keep more secrets from parents. This is blatantly disrespectful to parents who deserve to be partners in their child's education. Please consider this flyer and the information that I presented and that will be presented in later public comments. Please consider our concerns before passing this Trans Day of Visibility. Thank you.
Madam President, that is all the blue cards we have on this item.
Thank you. I would now like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 59, recognizing March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility.
So moved.
Second, Madam Chair.
It's been moved by Mr. Vargas and seconded by Ms. Chaitis Espinosa. All those in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry, Carmen.
Thank you.
Gotta wave.
It's my hair, I'm sorry.
So I could see you.
Oh, okay. I apologize for my coffee. I'm getting over pneumonia, so it's irritating to you, and it's irritating to me. I just want to make a couple comments because based on some of the comments made, certainly, I think perhaps there's some confusion, and I just want to clarify that before we make a vote. First of all, there have been issues come up around the Rainbow Club at Pleasant Grove Elementary, and that is not what this is about. That is a separate issue. The school district is responding to the parents. The parents who have made claims have been communicated with, and that issue is being addressed. That's the same thing for the flyer. The flyer did not come out of the superintendent's office, and that also is being investigated. That is not what this resolution is about either. What the resolution is about is just recognizing a community of students. And in our mission statement, we talk about every child in every classroom every day, and every is pretty specific. It's important. It's important as adults that we are receptive to all children. Whether or not we subscribe to different lifestyles is one thing. Whether or not we support the children and respect them and provide opportunities is another. And our job as a school district is to provide that support and that safety and that encouragement for children. And that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
Mr. Vargas.
So my normal process is to be a little bit more off the cuff, but I wanted to try and get this one right. So I'm going to be reading this comment. So Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg once compared battling discrimination to battling a hydra. Every time you defeat one form of discrimination, a new one springs up to replace it. Each new form of discrimination starts by targeting those who are invisible. It is easy to oppress people who are invisible. It is easy to demonize, stereotype, and convince people to fear them. But when they become visible, when they are your son or daughter, your friend, your neighbor, your coworker, it becomes much harder to justify discrimination. The power of that visibility is hard to overstate. When the suffragettes marched for the right to vote, they wore white, a visibility campaign that continues to inspire women's rights activists today. Civil rights activists used the media to ensure that every American saw the contorted and hateful face of racism in the South and the violence that enforced it. Gays and lesbians came out of the closet and won the right to marry and protection from discrimination. Visibility is powerful. When I was in college, just 5% of people personally knew a trans person. Today, it is 42%. And that visibility is undermining the foundations of legal and social discrimination against trans, non-binary, and queer people. But those who want to continue to discriminate against LGBTQ people know the power of visibility as well, which is why they are fighting so hard to put trans people back in the closet. They want to censor trans stories in libraries, ban trans people from public spaces, block gender affirming care, ban LGBTQ clubs and groups, criminalize trans culture and drag, and even take trans children away from their supportive parents. And they don't care that children are getting hurt in this hateful political crusade. Last year, Oklahoma banned trans students from using bathrooms that conform to their gender identity. The rhetoric was ugly. 3 weeks ago, a group of teenagers took that toxic rhetoric onto campus with them and beat another child to death. Next Benedict's murder illustrates what studies have already shown. Bullying, harassment, and violence in schools increases dramatically in states and jurisdictions that consider and pass anti-LGBTQ legislation and policies. As board members and as a district, we have a responsibility to prevent these tragedies, the same as we have a responsibility to protect our students from other forms of bullying, harassment, and violence on campus. Luckily, we already know how to do this, but it requires more than well-worn lines about non-discrimination and half-hearted claims of neutrality. It requires us to actively create and foster a supportive school environment, empower trans students and their families, and ensure that all students have access to trans stories and voices. These actions do more than just prevent anti-LGBTQ+ violence. They promote health, wellness, and safety for all students. Pro-LGBTQ+ policies cut suicidal ideation and feelings of isolation in half, and are associated with lower rates of bullying, harassment, and violence for all students. Because when non-LGBTQ+ students see their friends and peers being treated with respect and dignity, when they see that bullying is not tolerated on campus, it sends the message that our schools are a welcoming and safe place to be for all students. Greater visibility and greater acceptance also promotes academic achievement, because when students no longer have to create safe spaces on campus, they can focus on their academic, athletic, and career goals instead. Our students are already leading the way. Last year, I asked the family of a trans student whether they felt supported when their child came out. These parents told me that they were shocked when their child's friends were not only accepting, but celebrated their child's coming out. It is becoming far more common to hear coming out stories today that are filled with joy, love, and hope. But that is not always the case, which is why we as adults need to have courage. We need to see culture war rhetoric for what it is and reject the fear-mongering of political activists. Our trans children are not mentally ill. Our LGBTQ+ teachers and librarians are not groomers. Our LGBTQ+ books are not pornography. Our LGBTQ+ stories are not obscene. And just because someone hides their fear-mongering behind code words does not change what it is. I am proud that for today, at least, we have chosen courage. We have chosen to follow the lead of our students who are already embracing their trans classmates with love and support and are waiting for us to do the same. We have chosen to acknowledge the humanity of every trans person in our community, students, teachers, staff, parents, and community members, and treat them with dignity and respect. We have chosen not to debate their right to exist or to enjoy all the same rights and privileges that the rest of us take for granted. This resolution puts our district on the right course. It sends the message to our trans community that we see you, we hear you, and that you are never alone here. And it sends the message to our entire community that we expect our students, all of our students, and our staff, all of our staff, to be treated with dignity and respect, and that we will tolerate nothing less. Thank you.
Ms. Chaides Espinosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, yes to all of that. Thank you. Very well said, Mr. Vargas. I'm reminded of a saying that a lot of our educators encounter in the course of their preparation, which is that students don't care what you know until they know that you care. And I think that really hits to the core of our mission here, which is that in order to educate children, we have to create an environment that allows students to be their authentic selves and to feel safe and welcome while existing as themselves. So I'm going to support the resolution and I urge an aye vote.
Good evening. My colleague has said some really great points. As a school board, myself, I recognize that our sole duty is to provide a school system to our students to learn different subjects and provide the environment that is safe and sound for them to do that. As our school district is one of the most diverse school districts in the nation, I recall is ranked number 7 of diversity. And what that means is that we are very diverse in terms of our background, in terms of our languages, and our cultural. Having said that, as a school board and as a school district, I do think that it is wrong to enforce or influence kids in certain age to be what they may not know, or what I mean is that we should be cautious of what we put out there. However, we have to respect others as well, as we are embracing diversity. With that said, as a neutral member of the school board, I think that we have to respect other people's background, cultural, and there is always that crossroad that we have to meet and respect each other and make things right for all of our kids so that they can learn. And that is the purpose why they attend our school district or any school district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all of your words to my colleagues. And now I would like to call, it was already voted, so all those in favor of resolution number 59, recognizing March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous, the motion carries.
Thank you.
We are going to take a quick 5-minute break. We will re-adjourn at 8:20. That's 6 minutes. Convene now with public comment for items not on the agenda. As is in accordance with our board policy, when we have 15 or more public comments on the same subject, we reduce the time to 2 minutes each. So we will be reducing the time to 2 minutes each. We have more than 15 comments on the same subject. So, and those are the blue cards. Miss, yeah, here. Ms. Gerber, do we have any public comments for items not on the agenda via Zoom?
Madam President, we have two public comments, not on the agenda via Zoom. The first one is Zion Lee. She's not there. All right. And then the second one is Charlotte. And Charlotte is not on either.
Okay, we will go to Mr. Vargas. Blue cards.
All right. We will start with Heidi, followed by Jackie.
Pleasant Grove Elementary School staff violated the trust of parents when they promoted a secret UBU club to students without notifying parents and without seeking permission. This club was held during lunchtime, and some students as young as second grade were invited, or more accurately, recruited to be in the club. Mr. Bishop announced that the club was for boys who crush on boys or girls who crush on girls, but that anyone could come and there would be special games to play at this lunchtime club that they couldn't play anywhere else. One student reported to his mom that he wanted to go to the club to play the secret cool games. Mr. Bishop also told students to not tell their parents. This elementary school requires permission to participate in gardening club and has a weekly newsletter with all outlined activities for the week. But somehow this club got lost in the shuffle of things, according to the principal. The club took place once before parents found out about it from their children. Then 30 parents came to a meeting with the principal and Mr. Golden, where the administrators admitted that the district has 5 to 10 other UBU type clubs at elementary schools. Since that time, the school has not shared about the club with other parents beyond the 30 parents that initially attended the meeting. Why? In fact, there has not been much response at all, except for an email that stated the district was seeking their legal counsel on the matter. If you have to seek legal counsel, doesn't that send up even more red flags and validate parent concerns that lines were crossed? Perhaps you should have sought your legal counsel before initiating this club. To be clear, the topic of the club is not important. What parents are rightfully upset about is your clear efforts to keep secrets from them, hold this club during the middle of the day to hide it from parents, not seek their permission, and for the teacher to encourage their very young children to keep secrets from them. Thank you.
Next up is Jackie, followed by James Buford.
Good evening, board.
Can you,
trustees.
Can you pull that microphone closer to you so we can hear? Thank you.
I wanted to come to you as a community member and also a mother of 6 who have raised 4 sons in your unified school district. And this item that is not on the agenda is the UBU clubs. I am concerned for the 5-year-olds to the 10-year-olds or like-minded decisions that you're making without parental consent. Please revisit this decision and allow both the parents and the public the right to their children. You are representing 66 to, you're representing 66 to 67,000 children. I only have 6, but that is on each one of your responsibilities. What I want you to realize is that it is your God-given duty to be trustworthy as a trustee to the parents who brought you these children into your care, each one of your care. Each one of us are human beings. All of us are. Each individual on this board are human beings. You live, you are born, you live, and you die, and one day you'll come to eternity. And the decision against parents will be considered at that time. Remember that, because every one of us has a responsibility to the Lord, to our God, to your God, even the God that the children were singing about. It's God who shed his grace on thee.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is James Buford, followed by Mindy Fu.
Good evening, board members. My name is James, and I went way out of my way to get my kids into Pleasant Grove Elementary. And I have 5 kids that I adopted. They are age 8 down to 4. So they are in 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, kindergarten, and preschool. And to hear this, it just blew me away to know that the school that I worked hard for, bought a house in this school district to make sure that my kids had the best school I could possibly find for these children. And then to hear that they have this club starting up without the permission of any parents or any other, the teachers weren't even on board with this. So the trust has just been blown away that I have to think and consider moving my kids out of a school district that I love. I have bonded with the parents. I have probably 10 parents back here that I have bonded with since these kids started going to this school. I love this school. I love these parents. I love the teachers. It's been a beautiful school. The last school district, the school that they were in, I connected with nobody. But these people are a family. They bond together. So to bring this into our house, and I consider this my house. My school is my house is my house. So I don't want it in my house. So thank you for this time. Have a good night.
Next up is Mindy Fu, followed by Rick Atkinson. And if you're on deck and you want to come stand over here, that would help us keep everything moving.
Good evening. My name is Mindy Fu. I'm here tonight not only representing myself, but also representing a group of Chinese moms to voice our high concerns. The UBU clubs that meet during school hours without asking for parents' permission. We have been informed recently that there are 5 to 10 Elk Grove Unified Elementary School have implemented these clubs, where school staff members talk to kids about their sexual preference without permission slip required from parents. Mrs. Chair and board members, I want to ask, what is the intent for the school teachers promote for the UBU clubs during school hours without parents' permission? What did school and teachers trying to hide from parents? Is it appropriate for adults to have secret conversation with elementary kids about their sexual preference? Do you agree that students attending any club promoted by school teachers need parents' permission? No matter what kind of clubs they are, including garden clubs, sports clubs, cooking clubs, and UBU clubs. Having students to join in clubs at school without parents' acknowledgement could lead students on a path away from their parents and drive a wedge between child and parents. This is not consistent with California law. Withholding information from parents is totally not acceptable. I hope board committee will seriously consider parents' concern, and I'm looking forward to receive response from school board. Thank you.
Next up is Rick Atkinson, followed by Ava Zhu.
Hello, my name is Rick Atkinson. And I extremely object to the clubs that they're having at schools. You guys have mentioned multiple times, different members, we have a responsibility, or it's our duty, or, as a Elk Grove Unified School District, we were responsible to do this, right? Well, so my only expectation of my school district is to educate my child. And I do not see how this is part of education. I expect you to teach my child math, English, and science, and I expect you to ask me permission if you want to teach them anything else. And unless they're at grade level comprehension and all of those things, you have no business adding any other curriculum until they are. And I'm just so upset that, first of all, the total secrecy of this, like recruiting young and impressionable minds. Like they will copy and mimic any adult that they think they look up to or respect. Like, just like if you're a pro ball player and you heavily encourage your son to play ball, and so you give positive reinforcement every time he shows interest in playing ball, and so he's going to grow up to play ball because you want him to be like you. It's the same damn thing. It's so stupid. And like, I just saw a perfect example of this. The other day I'm brushing my teeth, and I saw a lint in my belly button. And so I tried to brush my lint out of my belly button. And my baby girl brushing her teeth started brushing her belly button. So like they mimic you. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you pause, and then the same thing, you think, oh, that's cute. And then they'll do it over because they got positive reinforcement. Okay. And I think that's the ridiculousness of this. And lastly, Mark, if you really don't think the porn is porn, you're delusional. Porn is porn.
Next up is Ava Zhu. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. And
Eva Zhao.
Zhao. And then followed by Melissa Pitts.
Good evening, board members. I represent a large group of parents in Elk Grove that's very concerned about our children. We love our children. We work hard to raise them. We work hard to give them a good environment, an environment that they can study, they can become who they are, right? If today we're promoting equality, we want true equality. What is true equality? If you want other clubs to have parent permission to join, you should treat every club the same way. Do not single out one club secretly do not need parents' permission. We feel strongly that our parents' rights are violated. This is a legal issue. This is the point I want to bring up. It's very serious legal issue that you guys have violated. Thank you very much.
Next up is Melissa Pitts, followed by Kyle Dixon.
Good evening, Madam President and the board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to be heard. And thank you for your service to the families of Elk Grove. As an Elk Grove resident for 24 years, an educator in early childhood education with a bachelor's degree in education and psychology, and a parent of a student in the Elk Grove Unified School District, I come before you tonight with a humble and sobered submission. Putting the philosophy and/or purpose of the UBU clubs aside, the greater question tonight is the purpose of the public school system at large. By law, children are required to be in school, and public education is a gift to them. Most families in this district do not have the option to homeschool or the financial means to choose a private education. When parents are not given the opportunity to oversee all aspects of their child's education, it ceases to be a service to the families, but a trust taken out of their own hands and gross negligence. The fundamental problem is that the public school system is seeming to no longer recognize its stewardship of the education of our children, nor feel the responsibility of answering to parents. In this situation, that is beating a dead horse, I feel like, parents seem to be seen as the enemy rather than the prime guardians of their children, being assisted by the school for the development of their child. We are trusting our greatest possessions to a school district that has just recently been proven to be keeping loaded developmental teaching hidden from the parents. This active and intentional defiance and resistance towards accountability to parents who again have entrusted their children to the public school system is not tolerable in any form of representative government, especially when it comes to our own families and children, and is therefore truly anti-democracy in the most fundamental sense. I implore you, please implement parental notifications.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next up is Kyle Dixon, followed by Ted Brown.
Cool, thank you. I stand before you to express my concern about the recent establishment of the UBU Club at Pleasant Grove Elementary School. While I understand the importance of providing a safe space for all, I am deeply troubled by the intentional deception regarding the UBU Club. The fact that the club is called UBU in certain circumstances, but Rainbow Clubs and others, shows the intentional deception surrounding the club. As a parent, I believe it is essential to be informed about the activities and initiatives taking place at the school, especially those that may involve sensitive topics. It is concerning that parents were not notified in advance. In response to a large group of parents voicing their concerns, the district response was to provide teachers with training on how to resist parents. I've been a police officer for over 10 years, and I understand the importance of parental consent and involvement. As you would expect, if an officer engages a child in any fashion, a parent expects notification. Why would a teacher be any different? It is unacceptable for any teacher or administrator to keep secrets from parents concerning their own children. I have seen the dangers children who establish behaviors of keeping secret from parents has. The story almost always ends tragically. This is a dangerous, divisive tactic that those with nefarious intent often use to exploit children, not protect them. Secret relationships between teachers and children is grooming. I urge you, as you have lost the trust of many parents, including myself, with your tactics and lack of transparency, to restore trust in this board, you must begin by respecting parents' rights and ensuring that programs in the school are not shrouded in secrecy. Thank you.
Next up is Ted Brown, followed by Daniel Russell.
Good evening, school board. My name is Jed Brown, pastor of Grace Church in Elk Grove. When a teacher or administrator recruits or lures a child into homosexuality or transgenderism, they will say that it is out of love to keep that student safe. But when the teen later on wants their genitalia back, let alone their true identity, Who will be there to support them then? Will the teacher be there? Will the teacher that lured them into their secret transgender club be there then to support them? No. The teacher will then say, it was the child. It's the parents who are responsible. I was only showing them empathy. That is then, if you can even find the teacher. Only the parents, and if they are Christians, their churches will be there to pick up the pieces and help this child heal from drinking this poison. Now, some will say, unless you affirm a child in drinking this poison, they will die, they will cease to exist. But this is only using one's transitory emotions to terrorize those around them, and then to use themselves as a human shield against any criticism. But we say in love, why are you holding that bottle of poison in the first place? Can we put it down? Can we find a better way? And there is. But for now, I implore you, members of the school board, to consider that this is not an issue where wisdom is found in consensus. Consensus says, let's have Little Red Riding Hood and the wolf just talk it out. But this covers over the wolf's obvious intentions. It is not loving to force Little Red Riding Hood to be with the wolf. This is an issue where teachers who are secretly and deceptively recruiting students towards transgenderism and homosexuality should have no place in our schools.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is Daniel Russell, followed by Sharon Radich.
Good evening, respected board members and Superintendent Hoffman. A school employee having personal and intimate talks with a child about their thoughts on their personal sexuality without knowledge of the child's parent is way, way out of line, bordering on illegal. Just last August, the Monterey County School District lost a lawsuit brought by a parent and her middle school child for just such intrusion and then deception, wherein the school actively participated in hiding the child's preferred name and pronouns used at school from the parent when having conversations with the school staff. This all centered around the school's Gay Straight Alliance Club, or UBU, run by 2 teachers at the school. And this unofficial school policy endorsed by that principal cost not only the trust of the community's parents, but it cost the local taxpayers a hefty $100,000 in awards to the parent and child. Our school district would do well to investigate the actions and statements and any unofficial policies, whether it's Pleasant Grove Elementary or any other schools promoting such UBU clubs for, quote, boys who crush on boys and girls who crush on girls, close quote, as the 3rd grade teacher told our kids. Elk Grove schools must provide full disclosure to concerned parents and community members. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Sharon Radich, followed by Scott Greger.
Good evening. I'm a parent of 2 children, a 2nd grader who attends Pleasant Grove Elementary and a 7th grader who attends Bradshaw Christian. I'm here today to express my concerns, not only as a parent, but also from the lens of a licensed mental health clinician. I'm a licensed mental health clinician. I have a practice that is open to patients of every color, religious background, culture, race, sexuality, gender, etc. My practice is inclusive. I specialize in trauma therapy, which treatment may include EMDR, brain spotting, cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and behavioral modification. My practice includes psychologists, licensed MFTs, licensed social workers, and psychiatrists. The question I have for this board is, What qualifies each teacher to give counsel when a fourth grader tells them they think they were born in the wrong body? Or a fifth grader who states they identify as a cat or a two-spirit unicorn? Or a sixth grader born biological male looking forward to the day she menstruates? I understand there's no qualifications needed to give love, support, empathy, and compassion. However, what concerns me the most is you are allowing teachers to do my job. These are the types of questions that mental health professionals like myself give counsel, guidance, and formulate a thorough plan with their families. I agree, a teacher plays a big role in a child's mental health, such they are mandated reporters. It is often the teachers who refer their students to therapy for mental health testing and diagnosis for ADHD. Every professional has a scope of practice. We stay in our lane as professionals and work accordingly to our expertise. As a mental health clinician, I don't teach, nor do I pretend like I know how to teach math, history, or English. I leave that to our teachers. If I have a pain in my foot, I'm not going to see my OBGYN. Every professional has a scope of practice in which they are permitted to perform their duties within their expertise. If I have a patient who wants to lose weight,
Thank
I will
you.
treat
Your
my
time is
professional
up.
assistants related to concerns, but we refer them out to a nutritionist.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is Scott Greger, followed by Greg Burt.
Good evening. My name is Scott Greger. I come here as a parent, a father of 3 boys that all attend the Pleasant Grove Elementary School. Let me say, I'm not against this club. This club has a right as any other club to exist. What bothers me is it clearly was done in secret. I attended this meeting with the principal of the school, and she gave us some notes about, what the club is about and what goes on in the club. And it was clear during that meeting that it was done intentionally behind the backs of the parents. It was done, we were told, well, a lunchtime club doesn't need parental permission. I said, what about the gardening club? We need parental permission for that. She said, oh, well, that takes place after school also. Like it starts to become quite suspicious. One of my boys is in the 4th grade. He's 10 years old. And then I have twins in the 2nd grade. The day that this was brought up, what do you think all 3 of these boys came home talking about? I mean, it's not supposed to be talked about below 3rd grade, but they all knew about it. So now I've got to deal with this. My wife has to deal with these difficult questions at home with young minds that probably are not ready to deal with this subject. So at least give us a chance. Let us know what gives Mr. Bishop the right to steal my son's innocence. We want to partner with the school. We want to be a part of the community, but when we're intentionally shut out, then obviously, the trust is gone. And moving forward, my eyes will be wide open.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is Greg Burt, followed by Kirk.
Thank you. My name is Greg Burt. I'm an Elk Grove parent and the vice president of the California Family Council. And I'm here in solidarity with the parents of Pleasant Grove Elementary School. These parents are like the vast majority of parents in this room. They love their children. They want the best for them. And they believe that their home is the children's safe place. These parents also hate bullying. They believe that teachers and administrators should not tolerate bullying no matter what motivates it or who it happens to. But these parents also believe that they have a fundamental constitutional right to direct the care, education, and upbringing of their children. They also believe that the school district is obligated to respect that right. That's why schools should never keep secrets from parents, especially in elementary school. If some here tonight think what happened in Pleasant Grove Elementary is an isolated event, they would be wrong. I have been following this very same secrecy behavior from school districts around the state. State educational officials have the mistaken belief that minors as young as 5 have privacy rights that schools are obligated to protect, even if that means keeping secrets and deceiving parents regarding the struggles their children are having with sexuality or gender identity. And as mentioned before, there was the Teachers Association has been putting on seminars for teachers for several years, instructing them how to start LGBT clubs without letting parents know. 2 of these teachers got caught, and there was a lawsuit. The parent got $100,000 because her child was secretly transitioned. And let me finish with this. Just because you might disagree with what a parent believes, just because you might disagree with their religious faith, you are still obligated to respect the rights parents have to raise children with their own values.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is Kirk, followed by Mary Cogden.
Hi. A few months ago, I came here to call out this board for abandoning principles of transparency and being biased in favor of a certain political agenda rather than serving the educational interests of students and their families. Well, I'm back here again today to do the same thing. Again, this board has helped to create a district culture which both encourages child sexualization and hides it from parents. Now, it's bad enough that you've done this to post-pubescent teenagers with porn in the libraries and public drag shows. But now we know there are secret rainbow clubs in at least one elementary school, possibly up to 10 of these elementary schools. On top of that, when a school principal was called out on this, less than a month later, there was magically a teacher training put on by the Youth Development Office to help teachers and staff respond to parents who may have a problem, just a small problem, with a stranger having secret sexual conversations with their 8-year-old. Now, I had some questions. I sent those to my son's principal and to the superintendent, and I did hear back, but those answers only created more questions. But I have a couple of different questions for the board. Number one, what the hell? And number two, what the hell? And I'm censoring myself, so Now, I would have liked to have come here with serious, non-rhetorical questions about this issue, which in a normal world would have been an isolated incident of an overzealous school staff member. But at this point, I know any questions I would ask would fall on deaf ears. It's a clear trend now. This board has created a district culture where child sexualization isn't the exception, it's the rule. It's not just in high school anymore, it's in grade school. If this school board had existed in 2005, you'd all be the villains in an episode of Criminal Minds.
Next up, Mary Congdon, followed by JD Mayer.
Good evening. I'm here today to address the lack of parental transparency on the sensitive issue of an LGBTQ club initiated at Pleasant Grove Elementary School. The establishment of a gay club in elementary school raises concerns about age appropriateness. While fostering inclusivity is vital, it's crucial to evaluate the developmental readiness of our children's young minds for such discussions. We must ensure a balanced approach to inclusivity and age-appropriate education. Collaboration with parents is fundamental for a harmonious and effective educational environment. No other club has been promoted by going from classroom to classroom. It appears their lack of transparency was to avoid all of the parental repercussions. I questioned my son's teacher that day, asking why parents were not informed about such a sensitive club. Her response, it's a safe place for students to go and discuss their sexuality without having to come out to their parents. I sent an email to the principal inquiring why parents weren't informed. Her response, it was lost in the shuffle. I asked why there weren't any permission slips required, and she said because we fear that the parents will say no. I believe this is in violation of parental rights. I lost my other page. I have another page. My husband and I reminded our sons, we are your safe place, not the UBU club. Bullying is inappropriate no matter the reason and should be handled and dealt with by the school principal. Let's redirect our focus towards promoting kindness and eradicating bullying behavior within our school community. Let's suggest a kindness club, conducting assemblies with keynote speakers emphasizing empathy and understanding for this age level. This will create a nurturing environment conducive to learning and personal growth, not one of hiding and segregation where bullies have no consequences. Attending an elementary club without parental consent raises ethical and legal concerns, all under the 14th Amendment. As responsible educators, you must adhere to the law and respect the rights of parents in guiding their children's educational
Thank you.
experience.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next up is JD Mayer. This is not on anything not on the agenda, so this is your opportunity.
I'm JD Marr, fifth grade teacher, Florin Elementary School, 38-year veteran teacher. I'm here to raise concern over the district's use of the schools as COVID-19 vaccination clinics. Hard data from clinical trials has been uncovered by Dr. Naomi Wolf. The CDC and Big Pharma have reported COVID-19 vaccine reactions, strokes, heart attacks, myocarditis, pericarditis, Bell's palsy, Guillain-Barré syndrome, blood clots, seizures, miscarriages, sterility, stage 4 turbo cancers, and sudden deaths. To date, VAERS reports, and many believe underreports, 1.5 million adverse events. The Surgeon General of Florida has recently called to halt all COVID vaccines due to safety questions. Dr. Peter McCullough, cardiologist at Baylor University, states the vaccine was and is far more dangerous than the illness. U.S. stats show 1.2 million COVID deaths, but 550,000 have died with the vaccine. That shows that it is 4 to 5 times more lethal to take the vaccine than to just have the infection. Dr. McCullough has been preaching that early treatment for high-risk patients is the answer. Medical doctors not beholden to Big Pharma have proven that natural immunity is far better than the vaccine. Here's what happens. The mRNA spike protein destroys our natural immunity by destroying valuable killer T cells. Even the inventor of the spike protein was vaccine injured and is preaching to not take it. We now know the spike protein from the vaccine crosses the blood-brain barrier, ergo the brain and heart injuries. I've seen the effects personally in my circle. A former student last year developed Bell's palsy right after being vaccinated. Her mother attributes this to the vaccine. 4 students this year have RSV. My father and mother-in-law died from the vaccine, and I watched it happen. Finally, family and friends with blood clots, heart surgery, returning cancers. Every week, I hear a new friend or family member stricken and hospitalized. I encourage you to please stop using our schools as medical clinics and please alert our parents of the vaccine's known serious adverse effects so they have true informed consent and non-consent. Knowledge is powerful and can save lives.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I'd like to leave my documentation for the board.
Next up is Dustin Noble, followed by Lucero Soto.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Gina Jamerson, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. From the beginning, EG Speaks has had one main goal. Pardon me. To be a community resource to families with students with disabilities. Over the last year and a half, we have supported families and worked very closely with the district to not only address concerns, but to help build up special education and promote inclusive practices. While there is a lot more work to be done, we have also been hard at work streamlining EG Speaks from a parent group into a nonprofit. Becoming a nonprofit will allow us to continue the work we have started and increase resources to support many more in EGUSD region. Our first goal is to become a family empowerment center for Elk Grove, making EG Speaks an official resource to families and to EGUSD. These empowerment centers provide specialized training and information to families with children and young adults with disabilities. They also provide peer-to-peer support, information, and referral services. This is an exciting time for our organization, and we're very excited to share our goals and next steps with the community. We would like to invite members of this board and district administration to our first community mixer on March 27th, where we plan to further discuss these things. This would also be a great opportunity for feedback from the district and finding new ways to partner and support our families. We hope you can make it and add your voice to EG Speaks. Thank you.
And our final speaker, Lucero Soto.
Good evening, board. I guess we saved the best for last. My name is Lucero Soto. I am a parent of a first grader from Isabel Jackson. I myself am Isabel Jackson and Florin High alumni. It is such a rewarding feeling to now be an active parent in the same school that held so many great memories for me. I am here to share that our school has been busy. As we are coming to the end of the year, I would like to share some of the great things happening. We formed and are officially a PTA, shout out to Kat. We recently had a fundraiser on Valentine's Day and had a great turnout. We sold out. We are working on building relationships with more teachers and administrators for fun events and also to identify needs in our school. Through the PTA, we also began working with our county supervisor to address and create a safer community around Isabel Jackson. We have no speed bumps or flashing cross lights, and so we collected over 40 signatures from families and neighbors, and we are hoping to come soon again to share those updates. Our administrator is working with our ELAC on our needs assessment and recommendations to our school site council, and we are bringing more parent workshops to our school through the FACE department and our community liaison. We are looking forward to ending our year strong and continue collaborating, building relationships in our school. Lastly, I want to uplift the hard work of our English learner department and all the work that they are doing to support our newcomer families and undocumented families and overall our English learner families. And although I did not prepare for this part, just sitting here for the last few hours with you all, there was a lot of hateful narrative that was shared here, and we all have the responsibility as parents to advocate. But I would encourage everybody in this room to just look in the mirror and think about our students and think about some of the hateful messaging that was said today. And yes, our districts do have the responsibility to engage our families in a meaningful way. Thank you so much.
And that is all of the blue cards we have on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the consent agenda. Ms. Gerber, are there any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Mr. Vargas, are there any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
I would like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 30 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Albayani and seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Bargaining units. Do we have any bargaining units who wish to address the board? Yes, okay. Mhm.
Good evening. I'm Tina Coute, Chief Union Steward for Elk Grove 831. I also wear many hats. I'm the BSU advisor at Sierra Enterprise and also a special ed paraeducator at Sierra Enterprise. And I'm here tonight just because I do need to, I think, remind you and re-educate some of our board members, some of our directors, some of our program specialists on what our rights are as a CSEA members. And one of the duties of fair representation, CSA status as executive representation. When CSA is selected by the majority of the employees in a bargaining unit, it gains the authority to speak and act on behalf of all unit employees, whether or not they are unit members or not, or want to be represented by CSEA. And the reason why I'm bringing this up tonight to you is that my intent and my integrity was questioned. And I want you guys to know that we have worked 7 years to build a relationship with this district and with all of the staff that we have to deal with daily. And I just want you guys to know that my intent and my integrity should never be questioned as a representative of our union, and our union members have rights, and so do our executive board. So we do want to make sure that you are aware that our job is to educate our bargaining unit members about their rights under the contract and determine how problems arising under the contract can best be handled. We are to investigate and prepare grievances for presentation to management, present grievances to the employee supervisor, and to be present as required during other steps of the grievance process. So when this is being interviewed, our business is being interfered with, this is union business. So when I reach out to other employees that may not be in my department, that may be another employee in another school site, I should have that right to do that. So when that is questioned, I have a problem with that, and so do the rest of our board members. We should not be silenced. We should have an absolute active role in making sure that our members are taken care of. And if they have problems at a specific site, a specific department, our bargaining unit executive board is there to be able to help them. So again, it is an education to the board and to anybody else that our bargaining unit has to deal with, that our employees have rights. And if you'd like me to read those to you, I would be happy to do so. But the district needs to understand unfair labor practices by the district, or we move for grievance. So again, our voices should never be silenced. Our integrity should never be questioned. And our employees should absolutely know their rights. And we should be able to contact them by email, district email, by phone, by conversation. We should be able to visit their sites, and we are protected under those rights. So if you guys have questions, if anybody else has questions about how we conduct our business, please let us know. But we have every intention of working with the district, but our employees need to know that they have rights and they should not be violated by anybody in this district. And again, we've worked long and hard to make sure we have a relationship with everybody that we deal with. But when, again, our intent and our integrity is questioned, that needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much. Are there any other? Jeremiah.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see you all. We've had a lot of discussions today. Something that is in my world and in my vein that perked my ears up were our library technicians and our librarians in general. First off, I want to give a big kudos to those who spoke. If any of them are here today, it takes a lot of courage to do that. And I know that we get a lot of people up here who speak all the time. Seems like it's easy. It's not. I speak frequently and I still get nervous. But I wasn't planning on speaking today, but they compelled me to, because this is a problem, an issue. Carmine, you said it perfectly. We've been at this plate for so long now, trying to get library technicians full-time hours. Some sites have it, some sites don't, based off PTA, based off of funding, et cetera, et cetera. But everybody here in this room agrees that literacy is probably like the number one thing that we need to get our kids off to in elementary school. First grade, I think, is what we want it here. And our library techs have been in a position where they work way overtime. They don't put in further timesheets. That's not what they're here for. But they need to be compensated for those things. It happens all the time. Textbook adoptions, they don't have enough time to process all of that. They get like, the last time I heard, because we've been barking up this tree for years, is like 15, 16 hours. There's no way, but it gets done, right? It always gets done. Every single time it gets done, because the people that are back there that are our library technicians, and this is an example for most of our employees, they get the job done because they feel compelled to, because they know it affects the children. At some point in time, we have to get to a place where we understand that and recognize that they're doing this out of the goodness of their heart and not taking advantage of it anymore. Because at a certain point, it starts to feel like you're being taken advantage of. And I think that's where a lot of Ask Me members are. I can't speak for CSEA, but I'm sure that a lot of paraprofessionals feel that way, probably teachers too. But since the topic of library technicians and librarians came up, I wanted to, again, not plan, but speak on something. Michael, I appreciate your words too. They have been thrown under the goddamn bus during these last years, not by anybody up here, but by people out there that don't know. And that hurts me, because not only are these people my members, but they're humans. They don't make these decisions. So I want to just say thank you for those words, because I think that was important for people to hear. And also to, just on that topic, there's a lot of people here who need to gain a little bit of maturity when we're discussing these topics. And I'm not looking at you guys, but these are people. You know, these are humans. They go home and have families. And for them to get ripped by people that have no understanding of what's going on or at a school site is completely inappropriate. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for the words you said, and put this out there, because our library techs need more support, as do many positions, but they are one that do. So thank you.
Any other unions? Part of the unions? Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to call on Mr. Riley to present the meet and confer summary between Elk Grove Unified School District and EGTEAMS regarding the comparability study.
Thank you. Good evening, President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. The Elk Grove Unified School District and the Elk Grove Team for Education Administrative Management and Support, also known as EGTEAMS, comprised of Elk Grove Business and Educational Support, also known as EGBEST, and the Elk Grove Administrative Team, also known as EGAT, have signed a meet and confer summary for the comparability study. The Elk Grove Unified School Board is asked to approve or ratify the attached meet and confer summary. In addition, Education Code Section 3540.2 stipulates a fiscal review by the Sacramento County Office of Education of agreements to determine the financial impact of the agreement on the district budget. The AB 1200 report, which provides the financial analysis of the meet and confer summary, is attached and was submitted to SCOE for their review and approval.
Thank you. I would now like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Gerber to see if there are any public comments via Zoom related to this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom.
Mr. Vargas, are there any blue cards related to this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the meet and confer summary between Elk Grove Unified School District and EGTEAMS.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez Espinosa and seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now I would like to call on Ms. Watkins for the approval of the 2023-2024 second interim financial report.
This turned on too. Good evening, Madam President Jamerson, fellow trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. This evening, I am presenting our 2023-24 second interim report. This slide illustrates our perpetual budget reporting cycle. In December, you received our 2023-24 first interim report. In January, the governor released his budget proposal for next fiscal year. The updated assumptions are used in tonight's 2023-24 second interim report. Tonight, we will review our second interim total general fund revenues and expenditures, general fund changes from first to second interim budget revisions, multi-year projections for the next 2 fiscal years, components of our unrestricted general fund ending balance, and our next steps for accountability. Our total general fund revenues, unrestricted and restricted, exceed $1 billion. 67% of our total general fund revenue comes from the state's local control funding formula, 15% from federal sources, 16% from other state sources, and 2% from other local sources. Our total general fund expenditures, unrestricted and restricted, are over $1.1 billion. 69% of our total general fund expenditures are spent on salary and benefit expenditures, with over 31% spent on supplies, services, and capital outlay and transfers. The changes in our second interim budget report since first interim for the general fund include an increase of approximately $1 million to our transportation funding included in the LCFF funding formula. The second interim report also includes our comparability agreements and vacancy savings to date, as well as realignments of operating expenditures from first to second interim that align expenditure trend data and operational needs, such as adjusting anticipated utility costs and contracted services. This also includes adjusting the contribution to support special education. Our multi-year projection assumptions are included in greater detail starting on page 104 of the attached second interim report. Enrollment and attendance data was adjusted based on the latest projections. The 2024-25 projected budget includes a reduced 0.76% COLA per the January governor's budget proposal, reflecting economic indicators as of that date that statutorily define the COLA. This aligns with School Services of California's published assumptions and is a reduction of 3.18% since the first interim budget. The impact of this reduction is $21 million and $26 million in the next 2 fiscal years, respectively. Cost increases for step and column and PERS retirement rate increases are included. The multi-year budgets maintain our 2% required minimum reserve for economic uncertainty. Negotiated comparability increases are included, and the projections also continue to maximize spending of our one-time restricted funds. This is the multi-year projection for our unrestricted general fund. Our current year shows deficit spending resulting from the 2% one-time payment to employees from our unrestricted ending fund balance. We project a budget deficit next year as a result of the 3.18% reduction in COLA. The multi-year projections are based on current assumptions that we know will change. This slide shows the components of ending fund balance. The board committed funds by resolution last June with the adopted budget for mitigation of funding impacts from changing unduplicated pupil percentages, professional development, and one-time employee costs related to comparability and other employee cost increases. These commitments continue to be reflected in future years until the expenditures are budgeted. The budget also includes assignment of ending fund balance for future textbook adoptions. This is the multi-year projection for our restricted general fund. Our current year shows deficit spending. This is expected as we plan to spend down one-time restricted funding such as ESSER funds that were received in prior years. Future years include anticipated expenditures and surplus balances related to carryover funds that move into the next fiscal years. Our next steps include review and approval by the Sacramento County Office of Education and submission to the California Department of Education. In May, we anticipate the governor's revision to his January proposal. We will use that information to prepare our adopted budget, which will be presented to the board in June, along with this year's estimated actuals and our 2024-25 LCAP. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gerber, are there any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom.
Mr. Vargas, are there any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Okay. Do we have questions?
No questions, just a comment, as I said at the last. Just a comment, as I said at the last board meeting, I love your presentations. They are concise and informative, and they are what they need to be at a particular point in time.
Thank you. Comments? Yes.
So I have a really quick question on slide number 8, the unrestricted general fund, multi-year projections. So I'm looking at the projected for 25, 26, and I note that the revenues take a pretty big jump here. And I'm wondering, like, because you see on the other two columns, it jumps by a little bit, and then it makes a pretty big jump that third year. And I'm just curious about the assumption that went into that.
Yes, thank you. Great question. And this assumes a 2.73% COLA in 25-26. And there was a slight reduction from where it expected to be at first interim, but it's the compounding impact of losing the 3.18% in the current year. And then it's applied a 2.76 on top of that to get to 25-26. So as a point of reference, at first interim, that revenue figure was 815 million because it included the baseline additional 3% that rolls into 25-26 and then a 2% COLA on top of that. So there is still the nexus between 24 and 25 and 25-26 is the 2.76.
Okay, and that seems a little rosy. Is there some reason to believe that that is a reasonable expectation?
Based on the economic indicators in that out year, that's and what's required by law in developing the COLA, that's what it looks like. It did decrease from first interim to second interim in that third year also, but not by as much as what we're anticipating for next fiscal year.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just for one clarification, one of the things we use is School Services is one of the companies that we use with regards to try to project out year COLAs, and they're working with the Department of Finance, try to balance between the governor's idea what finance thinks, and so they come up with a recommended set of out year COLAs, and so we usually hold pretty closely to the recommendations on the School Services dartboard. So the COLA for 24-25 dropped from that 394 down all the way down to 0.76. In the out year, they had a smaller reduction, still a reduction, but that's why you see that jump because it's more of a typical COLA versus 0.76. So, but I'm hopefully it's not rosy enough.
And I apologize. I think I said 2.76. It's 2.73. Too many 7.6s. No, it went down. What I said was not, it's 2.73 in the third year.
Yeah, I think Nancy should be evaluated on this information in terms of her work performance.
My fault.
Any other questions? Okay. With that, I would like to call for a motion to approve the 2023-2024 second interim financial report.
I move. Second.
Been moved by Mr. Yang and seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next item is our California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly election. CSBA received 2 nominations for delegate to Region 6, Subregion 6B Delegate Assembly election. Mr. Ken Barnes and Ms. Christine Jefferson. I would like to call for a motion to vote for the listed delegates to the CSBA Delegate Assembly if the board chooses to do so.
So move, Madam Chair. I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Do we have any board member or superintendent report?
I will just mention that the Board Architect Subcommittee is meeting this Thursday to put the final touches on the plan for the remodel of the boardroom. So we're very excited about that.
I was just going to make one note that this is our last regular meeting of the board in this boardroom. We will meet one more time on the 19th for our special board meeting. And we haven't had a complete conversation about this, but we may bring a sledgehammer or two if anybody wants to take a little, and a hard hat, and if anyone wants to take a little whack. So just FYI, we'll have, we'll post information for our community about, we'll be at the CSD. We appreciate very much our partners there for allowing us to use their boardroom. And we actually have a short presentation on the 19th that'll just kind of outline some of the details to make sure we're all on the same page. So thank you.
All right. And with that, I would like to adjourn the meeting at 9:30 p.m. Thank you.